Hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. I just had to finish a message quickly. um, it's going good, I think. Like, there's been a little bit of drama, but apart from that, been a good week. Yesterday we've been to the lake, and it was so beautiful. It was so, so nice. Like, the lake I go to here is really, really so pretty. Like, it takes forever to get there, but once you're there, it's all worth it, really. It's like it has like a tiny island in the middle, and like there's always somewhere where there's shadow, and ah, I don't know. I really love it. You see a fan? Is it that warm already? It is really warm. Like here in my apartment, it's like 27 degrees. It's not like because so when we bought this apartment, we didn't get like outside. I don't really know how you call it, but like stuff on the outside, which you can put in front of your window, so it doesn't, like the sun is not shining, and like we don't have that. So it always gets like really, really warm in this apartment. And then also for a couple nights now, like really for a week or something, it didn't really get cold in the night. So in the night, it's still 25 degrees or something. So it doesn't cool off. It only gets like even warmer on the day. And then like through a couple of days of that behind each other, yeah. I think blinders and curtains are on the inside now. Uh, is it also called blinders, the thing you install on the outside as well? Because yeah, we have blinders and curtains, so we have all of those down, but it's like already like after the glass pane. So, and hi Naradim, welcome, welcome, welcome. 55 stream streak, damn. Like, are you leading at the moment? I think you might be. And welcome to the stream. How are you doing? But yeah, yesterday at the lake was it was so good. It was so so good. Like we only went at like I don't know, at like 4 or something because I mean Zeg still has to work, right? Work sadly doesn't, get cancelled because of great weather. Um but actually it was so warm still, and the sun was so strong still that like it was actually good that we weren't there in like the like lunchtime heat or something, or midday heat, I think people call it. Shutters? Yeah, maybe it's shutters. I feel I don't think like I feel like the thing you have in Germany is called shutters, but I don't know. I don't know why it's only 55. I was there for every mental health stream, and before that, this system is so rigged. Oh my god, it is really rigged then. I mean, on which number are we today? 57. And if you were there before, then for sure. Or like, do you know if you like maybe you missed some stream in the beginning or something? Hmm. But I don't have it in my feed either. Like, I can't see if there's some, I don't know, some double numbers or something. But welcome. It reached 50 degrees Celsius, really. Oh my god. So then you have like a how's it called? Like a not like a cooling machine. Um air, how is it called again? Like we don't, like, for explanation, we don't have that regularly here. Like it's really a thing for like the warmer climates. Like airco. So you have, like, for sure you have like airco in your apartment, right? Or like AC, yeah, air conditioning. You were there every time. Damn, Naradim, you were scammed. You are being scammed, potentially, if it is a scammy system uh with the stream streaks. Hmm. And hi, you did. Welcome, welcome. And thank you for the 30 stream streak. I mean, how I'm dealing with the heat, like, this is the full extent of my capabilities here. It's already 27 degrees, and yesterday we went to the lake, so that was also our plan to combat the heat. Apart from that, I mean, we always try to like air out in the night, but it just doesn't get cold in the night, so it doesn't really matter too much. So like even like early in the morning when we had our windows and everything open throughout the entire night, it's like 26 degrees. So yeah, doesn't really help too much. How about you, Judith? Central unit, not AC. Oh, okay. Nice. What? Wh- As if? I mean, I don't know. Nagadim, do you know if that can have something to do with like, I don't know, like cookies or something like this? I have no clue. Like, it really depends on like how they track it, I guess. 29 degrees Celsius at 8 a.m. this morning. Oof, that's a lot. Jeez. So yeah, how are you holding up, Wolfbone? Do you also have ACs in your home and everything? Oh my god. It says in the weather app I'm using for the Netherlands, it says code Oranje, which is code orange, and heat. Because we have like high temperatures and high uh moisture. I don't, air that's not the word for it. Oh my god. It should reach temperatures at like 37 degrees or something. Mm. And tomorrow it should reach like 40 degrees. How am I gonna live through the day today? Mm. At the moment, apparently, it's what can I see the oh yeah. At the moment it's 30 degrees outside and it's 12 p.m. Like midday, 12 o'clock. Is that p.m. or a.m.? It's p.m., right? Like a.m. was morning. Like not morning, in the middle of the night. Why is that message auto-modded? I don't see that there was a message auto-modded. You don't have any wind, Nadim? Oh my god. I mean, we do have wind, but it just isn't cool. Like it just like the wind is still 25 degrees or 26 or something. Like it really doesn't matter, sadly. It's like, let me check how cold it's gonna get today in the night. Yeah, 25 degrees. Like that's it. It's like between today and tomorrow, the coolest temperature it's ever reaching is. I lost a 105 streak the other day in a stream where I'm mod, so I'm there every time and my streak broke on stream while I was chatting and watching. Bro, that's a scam. Oh, that really is a scam. That's kind of sad, honestly. Maybe we need to make like a bot where you can like track your streak or something with like a command or something. Then you always have to do the command, but then it's like bulletproof. Except you forget the command. Like it's bulletproof. It's not like forgetting proof, but you know. I mean, technically, the bot could also just track chatters, like to be honest, but. Renting a private pool would be awesome. Humidity, ah, yeah, true. And hi, Nireg, welcome, welcome. Oh my god, Judith. Yeah, I mean, 27 degrees is like inside, right? Like within my apartment, it's 27 degrees. Like outside, it's 30 right now. And it should get, like today is actually, seems kind of fine. Like it should get 33 degrees. But humidity is so high that they say it feels like 37 degrees. And tomorrow, it actually should get to 38 degrees. I don't know, I'm gonna do that. But, you know. But 41 degrees is also insane. Like, I really miss the house of my parents. Like, the house of my parents was always so cool because it has, like, these, like, really thick walls. It has a cellar and everything. Well, this apartment here, like, no, you have no chance of keeping it cool. No chance. I felt like the pizza I had in the oven yesterday. Oh, no. Like, if it's from the 2000s, like, does it even have airco seal? I have a friend living outside Eindhoven who's suffering. Oof. Eindhoven. Let me. Oh, I can't zoom in. Let me check what the weather is like in Eindhoven. They should get 36 degrees today. Also 38 tomorrow. Tell them to go to the lake tomorrow. For sure. I mean, oh my god. It's the coolest summer we will have in the future. I mean, potentially, yeah. Just sit inside the fridge. I mean, my fridge is kind of big actually, but there's stuff in the fridge, you know. Wait, what for the PC? Is like, do you guys not have a stream or something? Nah, everything is fine, right? Ah, okay. Wild. I didn't get any notification about that whatsoever. I don't know. I don't think it was my PC actually. Like my PC seems fine. But, you know. But definitely, I do think like we have to like sort of like make a short stream today, because not only my PC is like gonna get super hot and gonna struggle, but on the other hand, also this room here is gonna become super hot because of the PC, right? And because of the sun. So like if it's like 27 degrees in the living room now, like it's gonna turn 30 degrees later. And here it's gonna turn like for sure like 3 degrees warm or something. For sure. Like this room is always the hottest in the entire apartment. Just because of the PCs. I mean also because of the glass pane and because it's so small. Must my thing this kind of weather can go away. Aw. Do we have like let me we do have slow mode? Oh damn. We have the 20-second slow mode now, but I can't keep up. I tried to put it like 10 seconds slower, but that's too warm, Craig. How can you handle such heat with no AC? I don't. I just down on the couch. But it's like, I don't know, I feel bad getting an AC because you always read that ACs make the outside temperature warmer for like making it cooler in your home. So essentially, you're making it worse for everybody else who doesn't have an AC or like has to be outside. Like the whole city is gonna turn warmer if like everybody owns an AC. And then people sometimes are crazy with their ACs because like I don't know, have you ever been to like the holidays in like I don't know, like Philippines, like any country where they have like a lot of ACs? I kid you not, these people are insane. They always put like 18 degrees or something inside. Where it's like you come from outside, it's like 40 degrees or something. You step inside, you die. You just die. It's like it's such a temperature shock. I don't know how these people handle it. Like I really don't. And it's making the outside so much cooler. Like I would imagine like they're just gonna do, you know, like a tad lower. Like it's 40 degrees outside and you turn it to I don't know, like you're like used to the heat, you turn it to 30 degrees inside, or like I don't know, let's say 25 even. But like it really feels like 17 degrees. So I always try to like, you know, like get along without an AC. I always remember that the Celsius is always measured in shadow. When I turned the echo on, it was like the Sahara was sending it in my face. Oh my god. I mean, Celsius also like the one I see on the weather app. It's like measured in the shadow. What? But if it's 33 degrees in the shadow, it's gonna be so much warmer. Hi, Mr. Deer. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? I should drink something. Everybody, stay hydrated. Yep, it is. Oh my god. Imagine. You're right, Grumpy. 51 degrees in the shadow. That's insane. That really is insane. You know what? Maybe like we were thinking about like moving like to the like these Portuguese islands, right? Like maybe I'm just gonna stay here. You know? Maybe in a few years this essentially is gonna be like warm climates. I can have my palm trees outside, you know? You gotta plan for the future, you know? Like, buy a home now where it's cold, because in 10 years it's gonna be summer. I mean, sadly, it doesn't work like this. Just to clarify, right? Like, this is a stupid joke. This is not correct. Having a coffee in 31 degrees Celsius, yay. I mean, to be fair, if you've ever been like to Turkey, they always have these like black teas, like not only in Turkey, it's like fairly common in that area in general. But they always have these like tiny black teas, which are also really hot, where you think like it's so hot already, like how can you drink warm tea? But allegedly, if you drink cold things, you feel warm or something like this. Because your body tries to heat up the cold drink and then you're like even warmer than before. But like, it's a thing and you actively don't listen to. Like, this water is also cold. Oh, iced coffee does sound nice. Or like the frappuccino stuff. There was a time back in the day, guys. There was a time where this shop called, how was it called again? Coffee Fellows had chocolate frappuccino. And it was a time where I didn't drink coffee yet. And this was really like, it was called frappuccino, but there was no, like there was no coffee in it at all. It was just chocolate. And it was essentially like a chocolate milkshake with like really nice chocolate sauce on the outside with like whipped cream on top and like a really, really cold, like sort of like chocolate milk as a slushy, you know? And it was so good. It was back then, it was already expensive because the big one cost like €3.80. That was quite an expense. They were really like the most expensive ones there, but they also were the ones with the chocolate frappuccino. And now the big ones cost €6 or something. So, or probably more. I don't know. I don't even want to know. I don't like you can't afford that stuff anymore, really. But they also don't have the chocolate frappuccino anymore, so I never go there. They only have like the like other stuff where the price is definitely not worth it. But the chocolate frappuccino, the price was worth it. If it continues to grow like that, we'd be living in the Mad Max world in 10 years. Time to save for an underground bunker so you not get baked inside your own house. I mean, honestly, the most annoying stuff is have you ever, where, oh fuck, it was, yeah, I don't even know what the documentary is called. I watched some documentary where some climate expert explained that it's not because like some people are like, oh, like it's just gonna get warm. But the thing is, at a certain temperature, the air essentially, or like the warmth, will apparently, allegedly, according to this person, where I don't know anymore, who that person was. So take it with salt, okay, not a grain, but with some salt, with a good like decent amount of salt. Um, but allegedly, the water currents, like the big ones, are gonna change and potentially turn. And if they do, we are in big, big shittery. Let me tell you, like things are gonna be from bad to really bad in no time. Because then they don't like right now, all these water flows, like they heat certain areas, they cool certain areas, and they have a really big impact, right? If they turn, it's gonna be bad, bad. I'm doing okay. I saw my psychologist today and just at work, still miss my ex the tiniest bit. But next month, I want to put myself out there. I'm okay being on my own, but I like being in a healthy, loving relationship. My psychologist just told me I don't need to settle. Think about what I want in a person and think about what kind of behavior you were tolerating and why. For me, no more chasing and no more proving myself into love. I'm enough as is. That's really nice to hear. Definitely hold on to this. Because something like this can sort of like can wear away because of people in our lives, because of society, because of social media. but also can like easily be forgotten again if you turn into like a sort of like a, you know, like everyday kind of trot. So if you can, really hold on to it every day. Make it like a daily practice. May use this as a song title. Buy a house now. It's gonna be summer in 10 years. Sure, go for it. But you have to put it in the Discord. I'm moving to Greenland for my next summer beach holiday. Exactly. Go, we don't need Dyson Airwrap, we just need a regular hairbrush. Yeah. Tasty cold things. Sorry, Zeal. We will meet during my layover on my way to the North Pole's beaches. Oh my god. Oh, and my psychologist said I'm kind of insecure and I don't need to overcompensate my other traits just because I'm a uni student at 24. I wasn't enough for my ex, but I may be more than enough for myself, but also for another person. I actually, so first of all, being insecure, we, everybody is so with you. It's so easy in this world to be insecure. It's so hard to actually be secure. So feel you there. A lot of work. Definitely worth it, of course. We had a friend over and his new girlfriend, and she has a tattoo, which is I don't know the start, but I think it's the perfect, just the perfect amount. Because it's from like a poem she read from a friend of hers, which essentially is like for some people you're gonna be too much, for other people you're gonna be like too little, but for the right people you're the perfect amount. Like it doesn't like specifically go like this is not a poem, right? But like the meaning is like this. And I feel like that's such a beautiful way to see it. And also like if you remember what we like last stream talked about with the puzzle pieces, if you were there, it's essentially like everybody is a puzzle piece. There's so many different puzzle pieces. There's also a very good reason for there being so many different puzzle pieces, because this diversity is actually keeping us alive, keeping us adaptable, making us be able to learn so many different things, because we always find a teacher in those things, right? So it's really, really good that we are so many different puzzle pieces. But because of that as well, we can't expect to fit with everybody. We can't expect to be friends with everybody. We can't expect to be partners with everybody. We maybe can't even expect to be co workers with everybody. And essentially, all these social rules we have, these social etiquettes we have, is only to create a space where everybody is sort of gonna be okay with each other, where everybody can, if they have to deal with you and be all right with it. Like, this is the idea, or like, should be the idea behind our, like, all of our social etiquettes. That there's a certain standard you can rely upon, and you can, like, take also, like, practice yourself so that you can sort of, like, deal with many different people, even though they're super different. But there's a certain set amount of expectations which are going to be similar. And then there's your individuality, which is not really, which is a thing which is not going to fit with everybody, right? But we can choose to pick people who are close to us, like friends, partners, with which it does fit and even work, if you are fortunate enough. And I think that's a really valuable way to see it. Because then if like some relationship breaks apart, if some friendship breaks apart, you're not, like, don't think, like, oh, like, because this broke apart, like, I can never have friends or something. Because that was one person, one puzzle piece. And it's useful to learn why it didn't work with this person. But this is one puzzle piece, and there's so many more outside. And just because this one puzzle piece didn't fit, you're not gonna give up on the entire puzzle, right? It's definitely not winter in Australia, and I spent last night in front of a fire. GG my gas bill. Oof. Good luck, Amy. Good luck with finding a second job to pay that gas bill. I watched nearly all documentations on Netflix when I was in my I'm high 24/7 time. I mean, did you understand? Like, did you also listen to those documentations then, though? Like, did you take something with you from them? I'm not from South Africa. It certainly feels like it's warm like that, but no. I live in the Netherlands. And how do you define neurodivergent? Well, there's many different neurodivergencies, right? So neurodivergent in general, it also really like depends on how you want to define it. But usually the way we define it is with the DSM-5. So in the DSM-5, there's a bunch of these like neurodivergencies, for example, like autism and ADHD. And if you get like an official diagnosis for them, then you're like officially neurodivergent. But if you just want like a sort of like a straight type, easy to understand, simplified version of it, um, then I personally would argue that we're all very diverse. And from my perspective, at least, how all of these neurodivergencies work is that even the diagnosis is not a thing of like, do you have it or not, but is it bad enough that you need like official support by the state or like treatment for it or something like this? Like, is your suffering under the symptoms bad enough? So I don't see it as like a yes or no thing, but I see it as like a graph essentially, where you can be like anywhere on it, and like every person is somewhere on that graph, and it is from like neurotypical to like neurodivergent, but it's like not like half or like I don't know 70% of the population is like perfectly like on I don't know 0 because they're neurotypical and all are the same. And then you have like, I don't know, like 30% of the population be on like +1 because they're like neurodivergent. That's not how I perceive it. The way I understood it by how my therapist explained it to me, by how the diagnosis works, is really like it's just a spectrum, and everybody is somewhere on that spectrum. And if you get an official diagnosis, your suffering is so much that you get official treatment. What? Ah, okay, 1/3 of their body weight. I was like 173 of their body weight. What? Percent? Imagine you can just poop more than your body weight. Oh. But 1/3? Oh my god. Does that count regarding listening to documentations? Sure, sure. You took the most important pieces from it, so, you know. Hmm. But it's honestly, I think it's like really inspiring to hear how you guys all like studied even so late still. Because I still sort of think like, oh, do I maybe want to study like psychology? And I always think like, oh, it's already so late. Like it's not gonna, I don't know, it's like too late to do that. Like I'd rather start working and stuff like this. But maybe it's just good to start it on the side or something. The greatest animal. I didn't go to the TwitchCon. The tickets were like too expensive for me. I do like dancing. And Stampot, no. Don't like it. How do I navigate dating apps? I'm average looking, I think, but I have a really good physique and pretty social and extroverted. I don't know how to deal with hypergamy, though, because to be honest, I don't want to have to perform to earn display my worth for somebody's attention. There's a lot to me already. I would just say, just share who you are on that dating app. Like, you don't, like, it's probably good if you come across as accurate as possible. Like, it's probably not useful to seem better than you are, because then the first meeting is always going to be a disappointment, right? Like, automatically. So, I would say try to just present yourself as accurate as you are, because it's going to weed out a lot of options, right? Like, if like all the people who think like, ah, not good enough, are not gonna like hit yes on you. And that's good for you, right? Because you don't waste time with them. Like, it takes energy to get to know people. So I would try to be as accurate as possible um about myself and really share about yourself. Like, I would be really vulnerable. Like, I would be like what you like how you spend an average day, for example, like how an average week looks to you, what your goals in life are, what your biggest weaknesses are, what are you working on right now, for example, on yourself, like on where to get better in which direction. um what do you look for in a partner, what do you not look for in a partner. Like, I feel like the more accurate you are, the higher chance, like the higher is the chance that you actually like find somebody who's gonna be in for exactly what you offer and exactly what you look for. And then it's still gonna be a thing where like you can't share everything in the dating profile, right? Like, the dating profiles are so short, it's really annoying, honestly. um but so there's still gonna be like people with which it then doesn't work, or with which it will then work. um I think a good start is also just like, if you are like in some sort of like clubs or something, you can also get to know people there. Um, but I think apart from that, like, just try to be authentically yourself on the dating app. Trying to give insights into like who you really are, if people get to know you, what they would find. Um, and I think I would pick pictures which you love, you know? Because the pictures also mean a lot. And I think I wouldn't pick pictures where like people tell you like, oh, you look like you need to use this, like you look so good on this, like you need to use this, you're gonna get like so many bitches. Like, this is not how it works, right? Like if you want to find a partner which is actually like gonna be there for you if you're 80, like it doesn't really matter how hot you look now. So the thing is, I would really take pictures you love, because that you love them, that they mean something to you, also shares something about your character, right? Like, it shares something about your priorities, what you like, what is valuable to you, what is like worth a lot to you. So if you have like pictures with friends, or like like if you like in your hobby or something, stuff like this, like share, like put stuff in there where you love it and you fully stand behind it. Like don't put stuff in there where you feel like, okay, I need to say this to look competent, or I need to put this in there to be hot or something. Like you don't need to try to sell yourself on a dating app, you know? But the thing with studying psychology is, if you ever want to be uh, like a psychotherapist, you need to study clinical psychology, and that would be in Amsterdam. And then I would always have to go to Amsterdam, and it would be hella expensive. While I could study like regular psychology, but then I can't become like um, psychotherapist. So not sure. I don't know. Hmm. See you back in a couple hours, Indy. Height is very important to women. That makes it very hard for men. This is a thing which like men always put out there, but I don't know. Like there's of course there's women who are gonna be like, oh, like below 6 foot, like I can't, no, doesn't work. But there's gonna be, like there's so many women who don't give a flying fuck about it. Um, you know. So like I don't really like, I couldn't care less. I think online dating in general is honestly horrible. I don't think it's only horrible as a man, right? Like, women have to approach online dating with the knowledge that they might be kidnapped if they don't watch out. So it's a thing where, like, like that there's so much threat and fear involved in online dating is, of course, making it like a problem for everybody. Yeah. I personally also love like meeting people in like a normal setting, sort of, and like for example in a club. That's why I sort of like recommended it. Like if you're just in a club, like you make friends and uh I don't know. Like I was like with my husband, I was friends first. Um and we just met at school. Mm, but I do know of like many friends who met their partner through online dating. But it's really like it wasn't because the profile looked so hot or so good or like they were so rich or anything like that. I think most of it was really that they were authentic and they felt safe with them. My husband is a bit taller than me. I think he's like 180 or something. But yeah, again, we met in school. Like we met with 14 or 15. And I think at that point, he actually was, I think he was smaller than me or like just the same size. Oh my god, I love that seal. Oh, just turned bisexual out of accident. Yeah, but again, like I really, I don't know. I don't think the height of you really matters. It's the same, like for example, like there's guys out there who make like videos about like, oh, if you're like over 50 kilograms or something as a woman, then I don't want you. Or if you have arm hair, or if you don't have like big boobs, or if you're not fit, or if you eat too much, or if you want gifts, or if you don't cook or clean, or if you don't have long hair but short hair, or if you don't wear like dresses all the time but wear like jeans and like boy things and stuff. You know, there's so many people who have shit opinions, but all of those doesn't matter because those are really not good partners anyway. Like anybody who has like this superficial opinion about what you need to fulfill to like be their partner, like it really does matter anyway, because that's not going to be the partner who's going to be there if you're 80 and have like Alzheimer's or something, you know? Like you want a partner which, if you get cancer, is going to stay with you. You want a partner which, if you get into an accident and you can't walk anymore and lost both your legs, is going to stay with you. You want a partner where, like, I don't know, like if, like as a woman, if you're pregnant and you then can't go to the toilet yourself or something, is going to stay with you and do these things for you, even though they're like a bit, you know? But who's going to go through all of that with you? Like, you want a partner where, I don't know, if you like turn depressed, or if you lose your mom, or if you lose your dad, or if you lose a friend, it's gonna stay with you. You want a partner which, if you would lose your job, is gonna stay with you. Like, if your relationship is so fragile that if one of those things, like if life would happen, it would break apart, it's not the relationship for your life, right? Like if life is too much to tolerate, don't even need to start. I think there's always like a certain amount where like we need to see that like attraction is like very, like works very different for certain people, right? But yeah, there's like we don't need to make it, I don't know. I think if people like, I think there's a difference between saying like, sorry, I'm not attracted to you. I'm usually attracted to like tall guys with blah blah blah, whatever. But you know, it's like no hate, it's like my preference, like I'm not gonna push it on you. Versus like, ooh, guys who are small, ooh, like that's stupid. Like that's making a judgment about like how they are liked by everybody else, instead of like staying with the facts you have that you are not attracted to them, but it might not be everybody. And it surely is not everybody. And that's the same with like all of these guys being like, oh, if she's like too big, then, you know, like this is just stupid because don't speak for everybody else. Like there's so many different people. It's like, again, with the puzzle pieces, there's so many different people. There is somebody who's gonna be like, I don't actually like women who are like really thin. Like I want and that's like you're gonna find those too, you know? And attraction is, I feel like attraction is very much also something which is like sort of unconscious, where like it's not an active choice, but you either feel it or not, I think. I think usually attraction is also the thing which comes first, or like easiest, let's say. Um, so I don't know. I would do nothing for attraction. I would change nothing and like none of that. Like, of course, you can put like on like your nice clothes, for example, for the date. And like, like do like nicer makeup than usual or something, just but this is also part of like, hey, I value this date and like I want to, like I'm excited for it and I want to look pretty and all of these things. Where like this is just something like I think like everybody does. Like nobody shows up. Like if my partner would show up to the first date or something in like just like shit clothes, where it's like I don't know, like a really sweaty old dirty, I don't know, like jogging trousers and stuff like this. Like that would be like there's situations where that's okay. Um but that would definitely be a thing where I'm like, like does this like not matter to them? Like are they not excited? Do they do this all the time and therefore this is like, Yeah, exactly, Wolfborn. Like you want a partner who's there if life happens. Exactly. Yeah. I think there needs to be a certain vibe. Like if you meet a person, like sometimes the first date, I think can like have that covered by, for example, insecurity, or if somebody is like way too excited and like can't really, like show themselves. Um, but I think there's always like this like vibe first that you can just like talk forever, for example, or that the jokes are like funny and you have the same humor. Like I feel like those things are really, really important. Like having the sort of same level of humor, um, or like you don't even have to have the same level of humor completely, but just being able to make each other laugh, I think is so important, and laugh with each other. To just make like a turn a regular moment to like a really fun bonding moment. Like that's what laughter can really do for you. So I think being able to make each other laugh and just naturally have fun with each other and have fun in even regular situations is a thing where like, hey, this person makes normal life better. And then the other part is just being yourself. Like then you can just talk about every topic and that the communication just works. You can talk for hours and hours on end. And it's just like if you have miscommunications, you're able to solve them. You don't tick each other off. And it's sort of like you can understand each other easily. That sort of the communication patterns and styles also fit together, that you not like constantly misunderstand each other, because like with some people you just constantly misunderstand yourself with them, and it feels like really like exhausting to talk to them because it's like every sentence is sort of like you make it perfect, otherwise it goes wrong. And like I feel like that's sort of most important for me with my partner. That like communication is just like whatever topic there is, no matter how hard it is, it's you're able to communicate about it. And without like, like screaming or all of that stuff. And we just have fun. Like it's just fun. It's like being together with your best friend. It's just if nobody has time, but you go to the lake with him, it's gonna be fun. Like you're already like it's better than if like a random friend would come along. Like it's nicer than that. Exactly, Wolf. And this is exactly the type of thing. Like you plan just like a quick coffee or like, just a regular date, but then you stay to talk through the night, essentially. Like that's really like already such a green flag. If your husband stayed small and never grew to 180, would you still have married him? Yeah, of course. I never once thought about the height of my husband. Like, that doesn't matter at all. Like, is that gonna help me in any conflict? Like, is that gonna help me on like a bad day or if my mum dies that he's 180 instead of 160? I think the question is okay, Peaches. We're like talking about this topic already since a bit about like relationships and all. So I think it's fine to ask. I mean, only through asking can we learn, right? I think it's better to ask something, and I think honestly, to a certain degree, this is also why we struggle so much with society, right? Like, there's so many questions we can't just ask and we can't properly talk about it. And so we never learn. Like, we never learn that other people are like think different or something like this. Like we never learn that um you know like that maybe it's like an us thing that we're like obsessed with height, for example. And hi Smurf, welcome, welcome. You're number one? Wait. But Nagadim also has like 55 stream streak, no? Yes, 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 55. You're both on equal terms. Fluffy and Nagadim. Yeah, but just know it's like we're doing that. I appreciate that you're trying to look out for me, but I think just leave the moderation to us. If it's so little things and I'm like right there with stream, it's like really easy. Like if it's something where like, the message is already like super far ahead and I'm only gonna get there in like 10 minutes and there's no other mods, then like I really appreciate of course if like people are speaking out about it to like sort of diffuse the situation in that moment. But apart from that, we're just gonna do the moderating. But yeah, I never like, I really like, I think like height is really so, I don't know, it's, to me it's really insane how that's even like a, how do I phrase this? Do you know this feeling, time when somebody tells you how they think and it's like super, like it seems super natural to them and they're like, yeah, duh, you know, but to you it's like, huh, how do you even, how is that, how does that even like you don't even understand how that other person is taking it seriously. So to me, this question about like height, for example, is a thing, it's so far away from me that I can't even like easily relate to thinking about it. And I'm saying this because I think it's important that you know that sometimes when stuff feels like super, super natural to us, and like, yeah, everybody thinks like that, it's like, it's major important, you know? It's sometimes interesting to find out why that is. Like, why do you think that way? And why do I not think like that at all? Like, how is there such a big difference, you know? And sometimes that can, for example, help us to find out that our social circle is also like always reproducing these opinions, or that like our social media algorithm is essentially like always giving this opinion, or that like what sort of around us, like how the system around us creates and also shapes and maintains this belief system we have, while it's so, so different from the belief system of some other people. And if it's actually as important as we think it is, like, are other people maybe closer to the truth than we are, or not, you know? I think it can be really, really interesting to think about that. Why are you in so much pain, Peaches? And hi, Joe Black Wings. Welcome, welcome. I feel like you'd love sociology. Sociology. What specific, like, what do you learn if you study sociology, by the way? Like, how would you, what, like, job field, or, like, what would it do? Like, I have no clue about that area. Like, I know what, like, if you study psychology, like, you can turn into a psychologist, you can go to, like, business and, like, do business psychology and stuff like this, you know? But, like, how, what is sociology? The truth is out there. Insert the X-Files theme here. Oh, man. Those were nice. Study of societies and how social interaction forms, like networking in a way, understanding fundamentally cultures, social norms, etc. I'm gonna look into that. I don't know what you can work in that area though. You wanna do a spotlight, Peaches? Alright. Is everybody sort of ready to go over to a spotlight? So a spotlight for us, for everybody who like maybe, you know, like doesn't know yet, a spotlight is always a time where we focus on one person. So I usually like focus on their messages only. Like if I have time in between, I also read other messages, of course. But if there's like, if it's sort of like a long topic and with me talking and them talking, there's no time to go in depth into other messages. I only read their messages. And then we just really get into detail on like their personal topic, and they have a place to share it vulnerably, and then get advice from us, or like support in however that form looks like. So what is your request with the spotlight? Like, what is the sort of the target of it? What do you want out of the spotlight? Like, how can we help? Or how are we supposed to help? Joe Blackwings, I think you misunderstood. Peaches wants to do the spotlight. So it would be Peaches in the spotlight. If you also want a spotlight afterwards, we can do yours afterwards. It's like we're in like 1 hour and I already have like half the bottle empty. But I do need to drink a lot today. Don't worry about it. So then let's go with Peaches, no? Oh my god, it's 4 AM where you are. Alright. So, I mean, hopefully see you in the next stream. Time for a kiss. It's gonna be Monday next week. And I do hope you like it here, even if it's not always running perfectly smooth. Yeah, I think definitely it's been like in society. But you know, it's getting like better and better. So I think we first need to break out ourselves out of like giving it meaning. And then it's gonna lose meaning as well. But let's go over to Peaches. The timing of the message was quite unlucky. Basically, I've been a smoker since 2017 and I quit last Friday. And it's hurt so much. I'm about to cave and buy a vape. How do you mean it hurts so much? I never heard about like quitting smoking and that it like hurts. So I don't like. Was that just sort of like a phrase of saying it, or does it actually like sort of physically hurt as well? Thank you, Fluffy. Like cold turkey in anything is definitely like really, really tough. Oh, okay. I mean, how bad of a smoker have you been? Like, how much did you smoke every day? Because I've heard from like, if you're like a really, really bad smoker, um, or like a really like how do you say like smoking a lot, then it can sometimes even be dangerous to go cold turkey because like the symptoms of like just not having that nicotine anymore, are like can like turn dangerous at a certain level. Okay. So you're already on the like patches and gums, but they just don't do enough, or drive safe, dear. Have you talked to your to doctor or something maybe about how best to quit smoking with the amount you smoke? Because sometimes doctors can like be like a really good advisor for like how to go down in a concentration, essentially. Because I'm really wondering if like having this like, like hurting so much is maybe, like a bad sign. Four full packs. Hmm. That is a lot. I mean, is going to like, could you go to the GP and get his opinion on it, or would that cost money? Like, are you insured for that? Like, would that the insurance pay? And mitochondria, yeah, I didn't mean like lethal, but I heard from people that like the, um, how do you say that on English? The withdrawal symptoms can be like so heavy that they can be dangerous to some people. Like, especially, for example, if your mental health isn't stable. Hmm. Okay, so you're doing it like with the doctor and the patch and gum is sort of the way to go about it. All right. I mean, is there a way how you can? Okay, yeah. Ooh, that seems like a good article. Can you also send that link in the mods channel, Fluffy? Then I'm gonna add it to the resource list. Seems like a good resource. Like I'm gonna check it out first, but yeah. Thank you, Grumpy. Thanks now. How is it emotionally, Peaches? Apart from the pain in your stomach. Oh, and again, like also like, do you have like any specific expectation about how we can help? Thank you, Judith, for the offer. Having a breakthrough craving and popped a piece of gum for it. Hmm. Have you noticed how else it influences you? Because it's good to be aware of this. Because, for example, like the stomach pain, like chronic pain can make a whole bunch of things with you. Like some people, it just makes more sad. Some people, it makes irritated. Some people, it makes like sort of like feel very like just it usually makes people like more on edge in what how they usually are already. Mm. And maybe also probably like less patience. That's also like a very common denominator for stuff like this. Mm. Mm. I can imagine it sucks. I mean, always if you notice that you change yourself and you're like not the person you're like used to be or like to be, it can be really frustrating. You also stopped with alcohol, mitochondria? I mean, maybe you two can do like a keeping each other accountable thing or something, like motivate each other. No sweets, even. Damn. Hmm. Okay. So you didn't quit fully. How is it with what I still like? I tried thinking about it, but I just don't know more about it. With the appetite suppressant, if it's an appetite suppressant, does the stomach pain come from like not being used to having to eat so much, for example, and then like so you could just eat something now and then the stomach pain could go away, or is it because sort of your appetite like to still get through with all the nicotine put out like so much more of this like sort of like pain maybe, so that now that it's not suppressed anymore, it hurts more. I still read your chat. I just didn't know how to place it because I don't know how the weight sort of has to do with the message from before. I also still wait on the answer to my questions from before. But I think maybe if you're easily irritated and that's too much, then, you know. I only read stuff out loud usually when I answer on it. So if I have no answer on it, I just read it. So that like people like if I give an answer so that people know what I answered to essentially. Um and my question was what type of like if you have any certain expectation, what type of help you want from us at the moment. And if the tips we give here are already like sort of like going in the right direction, or if there's something which is still missing. I think it's since your hunger stays and your stomach would send the hunger signals to brain like pain when it gets bad, but the nicotine is usually suppressing that signal from the stomach, so now the blocker is off. Mm-hmm. Damn. Do you want maybe ideas on how to explain it, Peaches? I mean, we could go into the direction, for example, of like sharing advice on how to sort of deal with this changed mental state and physical state. Like how to deal with the pain, how to deal with the frustration and the heightened emotions. The thing is, I never like only read the messages of the person if there's like more time in between. Like if I sort of like I ask the question and then I wait for an answer, I always just read the messages from the other people as well. I don't really think this puts my focus off because there's nothing for me to do in that moment, right? Like it's not meant bad. I mean, if the typing is slow, then the slow mode theoretically is not that bad because you have a lot of time to type before you can send the next message anyway. But I know that with being already frustrated, all of this is maybe getting a bit much. And if you think you don't have the emotional capacity right now to take part in this anymore, then it's also valid to just be like, I'm just gonna be back later or something. Wait, what, Grumpy? Okay, we're waiting on Peaches to be on the laptop. Until then, you just what? Did you essentially like use my wording as your breakup text of what? What? Nah, nah. But I hope you did make it personal though. Like, I mean, to be fair, it wasn't like not adjusted to the situation because at least we talked about this specific situation with you. But at the same time, you did like put your own stuff in there, right? Like, you didn't just, you know, it was too perfect not to. I'm gonna get requests from people to phrase their breakup messages now. I mean, honestly, as bad as some breakups go, let me just phrase the breakup message before people start killing each other. Hi, hi, hi. But I mean, you know, if it articulated what you wanted to say and it didn't hurt anybody's feelings a lot and worked, then I'm glad. Do so, Fluffy, do so. Welcome back, Peaches. I think we were with the question with uh how can we help you best? Like what sort of like yeah, just how can we help you? Like what is your expectation there? Like would you like advice, for example, like on emotional regulation, like how to deal with this mental state or this changed mental state and this like sort of frustration and the emotional regulation and just this situation as a whole, really? Hmm. So just having somebody understand you and help you from that point on. Alrighty. So then maybe a better question is how do you feel like you're oh, okay. Like all my parents do is yell at me about it. What do they yell about specifically? You destroyed your lungs, it's your fault, etc. Deal with it. I have no sympathy for you. Hmm. Is that when you complain about the pain? Or also when you're, for example, like lashing out to them? Or just both? Welcome to Deaf to Leopard. We're in the spotlight right now with Peaches. The pain. Are they like more agitated maybe? Hmm. Oh, okay. So why are they so agitated about it? Like, is this like always their response to like any sort of pain you're going through? Or is this like specifically with this one? Hmm. They think they had raised the us to be better than this? Oh. Oh, so do you mean if they don't know a thing about smoking, that like they sort of now found out that you were smoking so much? And so sort of like they like this is sort of like very new news for them essentially. Hi Pyro. We're in a spotlight right now with Peaches, which means I'm gonna come back to like other messages later usually if I'm not busy reading Peaches messages. They knew I was vaping and they hated me for it. Hmm. Hmm. So they sort of always react to anything like related to the vaping with like a very, yeah, apprehensive attitude. Hmm. Also with other things. Like, can they give you emotional support if you go through a different type of pain, like which is not related to vaping? I'm glad you know that. I feel like sometimes you slightly forget it. When it's something else they do. Hmm. Okay, interesting. So how do you then don't feel like they are on your team with the other things? Or did you mean with like not once in regard to the vaping specifically? Mm. Mm. Okay, so it's not related to the smoking. I see. Um, what did they say when you told them that like the doctor prescribed you the nicotine gums and stuff because going cold turkey would be dangerous? Like sort of how, because I wonder like sometimes like people can be like extremely uninformed, right? Like we know that like all day every day. That's just like, you know, how society is. Like nobody can learn everything. So sometimes people simplify topics like these, right? Because they're not really well informed. So I wonder how they like, have you told them that like a source which is like sort of like a good resource, you know, like a doctor, I hope at least they believe the doctor, but a resource which is like respectable in their eyes, told that this wouldn't be the right option, but that the right way is actually going the um they said that's hot wash that my grandpa back then quit cold turkey. Okay. So, I mean, there's only. It's cool that they have one data point and then make like a whole study out of it. Um, mm, have you ever expressed to them that you're like sorry or something like this? Or like that you didn't mean to do, like to, like vape so much or like something like this, or that you regret it, or like, like any sort of like vulnerability in that regard? I try to. So how does that go? Because I mean, that's technically you, like gaining the insight they hoped you had before, but gaining it now at least. And hi, Vanquish. Welcome, welcome. Just keep telling me this is my fault. That's, I don't know. Hmm. Hmm. Are there any other topics with them which are so, let's say, touchy? Hmm. Yeah, good on you for stopping that and being sober. Hmm. Can you understand or like now why they were so harsh back then with the alcohol as well? Probably the other grandpa then. Hmm. 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 Do you know why you were like addicted to alcohol as well? and now to vaping. Like, is there some psychological part to this? Because I don't know if it would only be like the biological part of it. Mm. So with the drinking part, it was then you stopped essentially because of like religious reasons. So it wasn't because of like alcoholism and like it being an addiction, but because of religious reasons, or I mean, definitely with the uh, like I did hear that like mm, mm, I see. I mean, there's a certain like I think we can sort of be uh like I thought I read something, but like no guarantee on this, where like um addiction or like something like smoking can sort of like you can have like a predisposition or something. But it's not like it's far away from being like a 1-to-1 correlation. Like it's not really how like oh your grandpa was this, so now like 100% you're gonna suffer with this as well. It's usually like a complex problem, which is a combination from many factors. And like a really, really big part of these factors is oftentimes that it's used as a coping mechanism. So it would be interesting to see if there's anything um, you coped with that, or with the vaping, for example. Exactly, and this is also one of the reasons why like mental therapy is like so successful with dealing something with addiction, because it's like very easy to sort of like stop with one addiction and then start with the next addiction, but the next addiction is like more socially acceptable than the first addiction. But essentially, like you're still addicted, you just change the substance. And but if you go to like have therapy, and it is like a because of like a psychological reason as well, then you can like fix that psychological reason and maybe get out of like this addictive cycle as a whole. But it always depends. Like for some people, addiction is like not entirely like psychological, but definitely like usually like these substances, just because of like what they offer, are they're so easily misused as a coping mechanism. Vaping is mainly because I was having issues sleeping, and it would help me feel sleepy again if I woke up in the middle of the night and hit the vape. I see. So how is that addressed right now? Like, do you get like sleeping pills, or were you able to fix that beforehand already, or so how has that changed? Mm. I mean, I'm glad you stopped with the vaping because, well, it was quite a lot, and there are definitely health concerns. So first of all, like, good on you that you started on this journey at all. Um, I think with your parents, it's a thing where like either you can invest more time trying to talk it out or something, you know, or you don't do that and try and get like emotional support from other places or like in other ways from them. And apart from that, just avoid the topics which give you like make it even harder for you to deal with this. So maybe like avoid conflict for a bit because you know already that you're like more irritated and more easily frustrated than usual. I think apart from that, it's really, really good to know about yourself, how it is influencing you, how it is influencing your frustration levels, how it's influencing your irritation levels, and how it's going to influence your social contact as well, right? To be able to, if you notice, like, okay, you're actually like turning, like a little bit spiky right now, um, to be like, hey, sorry guys, I'm just gonna take a breather. Like, I just recently stopped vaping, you know. I'm so on edge instantly. Like, just give me a minute to like calm down and be able to like leave these situations, create the space for yourself to calm down before it creates damage you don't want to create. Um, and I think apart from that, just if you can have faith in that it's gonna be better soon. Like it's not gonna last forever. Like you're not gonna feel shit forever. Like it's gonna get better. And just because today is shit doesn't mean tomorrow is gonna be shit and doesn't mean your whole life is gonna be shit. Just because the pain today really hurts doesn't mean it's gonna be in a week still like this. And at the same time, recognize what you are going through in this moment. Be on your team yourself, you know, because that's the most important part. Like, we usually hope that if we find other people who love us or if we find other people who are going to be on our team, that at some point it's going to convince us that we are going to be on our team, that we're going to be loving ourselves. Because we feel like if enough other people love me, I'm going to, like, it's going to convince myself that I can love myself as well. But the thing is, the most important part is really being on your team yourself. So try to be kind to yourself. Try to give yourself a break. Try to make it easy for yourself to go through these days right now. You know? Exactly. Like if you're going through so much pain, like with the headache, with the stomach pain, with like being irritated, you know, it's a tough time right now. Care for yourself as a good parent would do. You know, as a parent, it's like imagine really like you can use this mental exercise if you want. If like imagining really to treat yourself like your hurt, vulnerable self is like a small child. It's like you can't fix their pain, right? Like if our kid gets sick or like I don't know, like rams their knee into some edge of a cupboard, like we can't really do much. Like it's gonna hurt. And that's just it. But we can try to make it better. Like we can do like on the wound. We can put something cold on it. We can hug our child, play good music, give them ice cream. There's a lot of things we can do to make it better in that moment. even though the pain is still there. There's a lot of things we can do to show ourselves love, which is taking a bit away from the pain we feel. So if you can, don't be too angry on yourself for starting to vape, but be proud of yourself for quitting it, even though it hurts now. And know that even though it hurts now, you're doing the right thing. Pain not always means you're doing the wrong thing or you're going in the wrong direction. And avoiding pain, sadly, just doesn't work in our life. Pain is part of our life. So maybe you can just, show yourself some kindness and love. Give yourself some of the nice things you usually don't. Or go to a restaurant or, call in sick, even though you don't usually do that. But just be loving, for this is like a situation under special circumstances, right? Like, for example, like we're gonna treat our kid different if it like, I don't know, if it's only like a small thing as to if they're going through like a really, really bad time in their lives. And so, pull out the bigger love guns for yourself and be on your own side first. I mean, you can certainly ask. I don't know if I can fulfill it, but sure, go ahead and ask. And hi, Riley, and hi, Dragoon. Welcome, welcome. We're in the spotlight right now. The message left. I think Zombie put it on a timer. And hi, Lady Reinag as well. In some way, help hold me accountable. I mean, honestly, I think this is a really hard request. Because if I hold you accountable, it doesn't really matter, right? Like, I'm far away. There's no real consequences. You could just be like, fuck you. I'm gonna do it anyway. Or I'm just not gonna tell you. So I don't think I can hold you accountable by just being like, don't do that. Because there is no consequences. So the only thing I guess we could offer is just checking in with you if you're still doing it. And just being like, hey, we're proud that you're doing it, But really, like, positive motivation is the only pull I have here. And even that is very fragile. So it's like this whole stream, like this, all of this, right, is based on free will and free choice to be here. So I think if I'm going to tell you that I'm going to hold you accountable, the thing you're going to do is, if you stop smoking, you're just not going to come around anymore. Or like if you start vaping again, better. Like not better, but that would be the more accurate way. So you can avoid this accountability super easily. I think outside reasons are not a really good motivator. And I say this from the position of having tried to change my dad for my entire life. And then having cut off contact because nothing happened. Sorry, I have like black in my eyes. So I think the thing you really need to do is try and find a way how to hold yourself accountable. And that can be, for example, journaling with a list of why you want to do it and why not. You know? That can be a promise to yourself as to if you're able to do it, you're gonna go on a nice vacation or something. But I think way more important is that if you want to do something, you do it because then you can be proud of yourself. And then you can believe in yourself. And then you know you can trust your own word. And you are on your side and you stand behind yourself. And you're not letting yourself down. And you're not going to cave if a day or two is bad. Because you're always going to show up for yourself day in and day out, no matter what's in front of you. And apart from that, I think try and really find all the reasons why you vaped. Like, what was good in vaping? Because you didn't do it for no reason, for sure, I can guarantee you. You had reasons you vaped. So try and find out which. And try and, for example, like sometimes those can be needs which are fulfilled. So, for example, like with the sleeping thing, like trying to sleep. So if you fix that goal and like can sleep without vaping, there's one reason less to actually vape, right? If you're, for example, if one is to socially fit in because your social circle vapes or something, then try and find friends or make new friends in circles who don't vape. Or tell your friends you stop vaping because it's really, really dangerous for you. And if they can, like, but that you're really, like, sort of, like, scared of whatever, that you're gonna be, like, ostracized once you stop vaping. And if they can tell you that if you stop vaping, like, they're not gonna find you weird or, I don't know, ostracize you. Or if it maybe was also to, like, relax yourself in that moment, like have something to do, not having to like say something instantly and stuff like this. Or like be cool, or having something like a little bit to hide behind. Find something else which can do that for you. Or try to work through it. But you can also first find something else to do that for you. And once you're through the worst of the withdrawal symptoms, try and work through that. Yeah, for example. Definitely. Like the less reasons you give yourself to vape, the easier it's going to be to actually stop it and not be like, get back into it. Yeah. That's also a part of it. Break the routines that do reinforce it. So if there's like if you did like a vaping break at work or something, change it and do something different. And best would be to find something better even. Like find something you're even more excited about or you like even more. Oh my god, it's getting so warm. I need to turn this on. The thing which is like against the turning is like breaking apart. So I can't like it's gonna turn. I cannot not turn it. I tried. But it's better than nothing, I guess. You too, Fluffy. Enjoy the day. I hope you're not gonna get too warm. I hope you have a good plan to combat the heat. I have people at church who text me every other day to check in on me, to make sure I'm doing okay. And something I found that has helped is we have vacation Bible school at church this week. And so being around the kiddos there has helped. I mean, that's amazing. I mean, maybe you can talk to those people as well about like how you're struggling with the pain and all, you know? Maybe get some huggies. Yeah. But I think there's definitely even more reasons like why you vaped or like what maybe not why you started, you know, but why at the end you vaped and why at the end like what it gave you, what needs and purposes it fulfilled in your life. What spaces it filled, what times it filled, what things it made like easier or something. Like all of those things. Try and like journal about it, or like you don't need to journal about it, but like really try and think about it and try to find out like even like if the urge comes up, like try and be curious about it. Why is the urge coming up now? Like what do I actually like, what do I think I'm gonna get out of it? And how can I like apart from that like maybe fulfill that need for myself without vaping? Yeah. So just try in those moments, try to fulfill your need, but on a different, like with something different. I don't think it sounds stupid. Like all things we adopt in our lives will have super many like different reasons why we do them. And like once they're like a real habit, like habits are a bit always helping us with anxiety and stuff like this because we just know what happens. Like we have something reliable to count on essentially. Like we know what something will give us. It's like one of the things why like for example like I really often come back to League of Legends like if I play because I play like very little nowadays, but if I like play some video games I always come back to League of Legends because I feel like I know what the game is gonna give me versus other games change so much that I don't really know what it's gonna give me, but with League I know. And this is with like every habit we like really have. It's something where we just know what we can expect from it and what purpose it's going to fulfill and how we're going to feel after it. Like it's something predictable in a life so unpredictable. So if you can, don't try to suppress your need in that moment. Because your need is not really, oh, I want to vape, but your need is something below that. So try to be curious. Why do you feel like vaping now? What's beneath that? And how can you fulfill that need beneath it? I mean, negative emotion can be a good motivator. Don't leave it at negative, though. Like, try and find good ones. And with the anxiety, just know as well that, like, avoiding anxiety is not making it less. It's making it less in the moment, but it's making it more overall. So if you really want to make anxiety less, you actually like sort of have to just like stand through with it. I'm happy to hear this. Drinking again, sure. You all too. Remember to hydrate. But I'm glad the stream has such an effect on you. I'm glad it's a positive effect. And I hope it's going to be even more positive. But do try to find out more about vaping. Like, do try to be more curious about this. Maybe make some notes about like in what situations you feel like vaping, why that is, how you can fulfill your need in that situation, because there's going to be times where you like try to fulfill your need and like some things don't work, and then like note down that they didn't work, try other things, note down if they did work, note down the reasons why you stopped and for what you stopped, like what the reasons are for you stopping and why you should hold on to them. And what maybe are the reasons why you would start again, and how, like, I feel like sometimes if we can be like self-conscious about a choice we made and go back on the choice because we didn't entirely think it through, because we were scared about what could come out if we entirely think it through. But that also leaves us to the option that in moments where we feel really unhappy with the choice, we question it again, because it's not like set in stone in our mind, but because there's some things we didn't properly finish, right? And then we roll up the whole case and go about the choice again. So for me personally, it can really help to think about the choice from start to finish, and really also think about all the counter arguments and include all of them. Because then at the end of the day, I can go out of this and be like, no, this choice is just like it should be. It's correct on all accounts. And if any of these like obvious reasons come up, I don't need to think about it for a second. I can just be like, no, it's still the right choice. And that can help you if you're like, I don't know, like me helps it because I'm like a very sort of like logical, rational person, but I can also on my bad days, like we're all influenced by emotions, right? Like I hope you all know this, like we're all super influenced by emotions. Our emotions bias us AF, okay? And I'm one of those people, I grew up with this idea that I'm not influenced by emotion. I'm super rational. I'm logical. So I don't really, like, I'm also not that closely attached to my emotions. It's like one of the, like, how is it called? I don't even know, but this, like, a very common autistic trait. Um, and so in these situations, I don't really feel my emotions, but I have logic which goes the other way around all of a sudden. But I sort of like, I also find arguments to support that. And then I can feel like, oh no, but like now I understood, and it's the other way around and I need to change my choice. But if in these situations I have beforehand already thought about like sort of the extreme cases or the best arguments I could come up with on the negative side, and I made that choice that even those are not legit in that moment, even those don't change my choice, then it's like easier for me to track that, like, okay, I'm bullshitting right now. Apart from that, tracking, like, learning to be more aware of your emotional state is really important, because then like, hey, I'm in a bad emotional state right now. If my logic is flipping right now, that's probably not really, that's not something I need to jump after. Like, it's probably something where you rather wait 1 or 2 days and then think about it again. Biggest reason quitting is smoking is basically just killing myself slowly and painfully. From a reading I did, basically smoking will cause fluid in the lungs, which then will basically drown myself. Yeah, that does sound really bad. I mean, that's a pretty good reason to stop, I think. So, different thing actually. But I came up with it before that message. Is with so, for example, a really important part of suicide prevention is making a crisis plan. Whoever had already had to do with this probably knows about this. And one of the parts of a crisis plan can be to make sort of like a not like sort of old school was like making a contract with yourself and like promising to like not like try anything for like 2 more days or whatever. Nowadays it's more like really gaining the knowledge. There's this like that, like, feelings go away, like feelings always go like this, and it's like better to wait with big choices for a certain amount of time to come back on this, to have a more like realistic choice essentially, because you don't want to, like, your feelings always go like this every day, always, for everybody. So you don't want to make your choices here, you don't want to make your choices here. And with small choices, this doesn't matter. Make your choices there, make your choices here, whatever. Who gives a fuck? Like, you can't always wait 2 days with like a easy choice. But if you make big choices, like changing the country, buying a house, I don't know, like spending a big amount of money, or for example, like, like starting again to smoke, even though you stopped already for like 3 weeks, where like the time investment is already pretty huge, right? It's like, try to just not make it a possibility to make that choice in a moment. Because even if you give yourself only like 2 days or something to like, think about that choice, it's like you're gonna be from like the high to the low, from the high to the low. And you're gonna have a more average perspective and more accurate perspective from your average moods on how you think about that choice. I signed a petition for my state to ban vaping and cigarettes to make it illegal. It's currently under review and being moved through our political system, my state, to make it illegal in the state. All right. I mean, I personally do have to say, I'm not too much of a fan of just banning things outright, because I think personally, moving more stuff to the illegal sector can make it worse for people to move from slightly illegal things to really illegal things, especially, for example, with drugs. Um, I think more help to get out of it and better information beforehand is actually um, the better help. But that's just my personal choice. Hmm. Celebrate recovery, and this Friday will be my first day going. That's perfect. That's amazing. I think being in a community where you get like motivated and support with going out of this is really, really good. I do, if you can, definitely like talk to a therapist or something about this and try and have them help you with like getting to the bottom of like what vaping really did for you. And like it's gonna make it like super like way easier to actually replace it out of your life and find different hobbies because you still need your needs fulfilled at the end of the day, and you just need to find different options than vaping. That was an odd sound. I'm gonna check quickly for the cat. I'm gonna go in the toilet. Gonna be back in a second. All right. What? Gotcha Cheese Memorial Festival started and how's the atmosphere among the guests? Oh my god. Is it really? Is there something really like the Gouda Cheese Memorial Festival? No way, right? Am I missing it? I'm always so uninformed. What happens here around what festivals and stuff. But yeah, it's one of those I'm glad I quit, and it's just one of those it's hard and I know I can do it. It's just knowing I have people rooting for me even helps. More like I know you're rooting for me, and that means a lot to me as well. As we don't know each other, then through chat and a scream, but that makes it even better for me knowing a stranger is rooting for me. I'm glad you see it that way. I mean, we are all here in chat, I think, rooting for you, really. And definitely, like, something like this is hard, but it really is, like, so hard because it's a habit in your life and because now there's a part missing in your life and you need to fill it with appropriate things. And it fulfills many roles. It's so warm already. Like in the room, like in the living room, it already has like 27 degrees. And here it's like so much warmer. Like once I step into the hallway, it's already so much cooler. And here it's like so warm. Like I'm genuinely like low-key considering to put like a foot bath, like a cold foot bath beneath the table. But there's cables and electricity everywhere, so it's like I don't I think it's dangerous, potentially. Like, if something goes wrong, hmm. But it really. My brain is frying in this heat. I mean, honestly, it's just. I don't think a lot of people don't care. I think a lot of people do care, actually. I just feel like there's a lot of stuff between us and other people. Like, a lot of insecurities and fears and like social concepts and expectations and I don't know. I think at the end of the day, all of us are quite similar to each other to a certain extent. I mean, not the same for sure, but I don't think our experiences are so different from each other. And I think a lot of us would really do better if we wouldn't feel so isolated with our experience. And I think that's really like sort of like the bottom of this whole stream, that sort of like to show like you're not as lonely as you think with what you're going through. Like there's a lot of other people going through something similar, or like who can relate to you, who can help you, who can be there for you, who care about you. Like not all people are bad and you can make it. It's like only because life is shit now doesn't mean it's going to be shit later. Like there's a lot which can change. There's a lot of hope to be had. And there's a lot of people who made it. I mean, not yet. Hi TZ, welcome, welcome. How you doing? I also look back to 2016 when I married my now ex-wife, and I'm so glad. Though it's later that I quit because she's battling lung cancer from all the smoking she has done, etc., and that's not something I ever want to endure. Hmm. I mean, that's definitely like a really, um, you know, close consequence you can see there. Know how it feels and are also empathetic. So they understand and want to help to a certain degree. Yeah, exactly. Um, Kintizi, we're at the moment, we're like talking to Peaches still, but I think Peaches, we're sort of at the end of the spotlight now. Can TZ like ask the question? Is that fine? I think hardest part of the habit and addiction is breaking the habit for good, you know. I think hardest part of an addiction is understanding that it's not only one thing. Like if you've been addicted to whatever, like it's really like you build a habit of using addiction to cope in a lot of ways. And if you don't address that, you're gonna turn addicted to something else. And that might be more socially acceptable, and nobody's gonna like piss you off about it. But it's still not a really healthy coping mechanism, and it's gonna like nearly every addiction can turn problematic because it's just not um it's not a very aware coping style. So I think that's really like the biggest part. Like understanding in what ways your mind to a certain extent was addicted and how to get out of that. Like what how to deal with social anxiety without having something to cope so easily with and actually getting through it. How to, I don't know, deal with sleeping problems um without coping with something like an addiction. How to deal with negative feelings instead of coping with an addiction. All of these things. So, what's your question, Jeezy? I was lying to my friends to get money from them when I had no money to buy vibes, so I could buy vibes. Yeah. I mean, this is exactly what addiction does, right? Like, this is why addiction is like always like, even if it's about stuff which is technically unproblematic, always gonna be a bit problematic. Um, because it's so like unaware coping that you're gonna sell your grandma for it, right? So essentially, if you are like your regular character, usually you're gonna turn into this addicted person in those situations. And that, for example, can be unreliable to your friends, can be a bad friend, can be an abusive friend, even, or also like a bad partner, abusive partner. And that just makes it really hard to have like a really good life with it. So, breaking out of that and finding healthy ways to deal with negative emotions, to deal with stress and social anxiety, where you're able to actually acknowledge it instead of try to suppress it and just easily like cope with it, but actually going through these feelings, feeling those feelings, and being able to tolerate them. That's a thing where, depending on what your addiction helped you with and what your addiction kept you from doing, you're going to have a very low tolerance of tolerating, for example, negative feelings. And then you're going to start from the bottom, and it's going to be hard. But it's going to get better. And you can definitely easily learn it. Like, well, easily is in question, but you can definitely learn it. And technically, it's a very simple concept. Just something you have to do. And hi, Bill. Welcome, welcome. What's the yarns? It's just for crocheting, actually. Like, the part where the fan is behind, like here, those are all, like, bees, actually. Like, already done crocheted bees. It's like a jellyfish. I have a few other things. But yeah. Kentizi, do you still have your question? Like, do you still want to ask it? One of my biggest fears is letting people down, like my friends, you, including you, and I hate letting people down. It's something I promise to really work out on. I mean, that's good. I think one of the first important steps in walking through these things is actually about how to properly phrase this. So at the beginning of something like this, working through something big like this, developing like this tolerance and competence to deal with like these negative feelings or like things your addiction helped you with without the addiction, it's going to be hard, and it's not going to go perfect, right? Like, it's going to take time to get there. So I think that's why the most important thing in the beginning is sort of like a bit to use as like damage reduction with like friends and family and stuff. And it's to understand that you're bad at it and be able to be transparent about this and take critique and say sorry. It's like doing things wrong. Many people are used to, many people can tolerate it. It's no big deal. Some people maybe can't because it's like their trigger topic, all fine, you know, but a lot of people will be able to tolerate mistakes like these happening a lot and for a long time. No questions asked. The thing is, people can tolerate most of the time is if there's no accountability and no way to be able to talk about these mistakes. So this is why I think the first big game changer is to be able to step back from a situation where you notice like, okay, I'm going like overboard now. Like, I don't have this handled properly because I'm bad with handling negative emotion. I'm going all overboard right now, and the other person is suffering because I can't emotionally regulate. And I'm going to get myself out of that situation. I'm going to explain to them, sorry, I can't do this right now. I'm like really new to emotional regulation. I'm learning this right now. Sorry, and I'm going to take a break. And then just, you know, like step out of it. Be able to acknowledge yourself that even though to you, you're like all the way maybe from your mind in your old pattern where like everybody is bad, everything is bad, and you can't tolerate it, you know, to just be like, okay, I'm just gonna, you know, I can always later still step up for myself and, you know, like be in my corner and protect myself. Right now, the best I can do to protect myself and the other person is to step out of this conversation. Take a break. Give myself time to cool down, to be able to handle these emotions, go through all of them, like understand what's going on, what I want to do, what I don't want to do, how do I feel wronged, what do I need from the other person, what maybe do I not need from the other person, and then come back once I'm ready for it. And this can make it so much easier. So, for example, like with Zeg also had like this like sort of like an addiction habit of like coping through like negative feelings, essentially any negative feelings with that habit. And when he tried to get out of that, it was one of the major conflicts was that talking about it was still in those moments impossible, because he was so like overwhelmed with the negative emotion, he didn't know how to deal with it, and then I would get the end of the stick about it. It's no problem for me to give him space. It's no problem for me to just like talk about it later. It's no problem for me if he says like, this is too much right now, I'm gonna leave. It is a problem if it all of a sudden then turns into I don't know, just like vicious against the other person, right? So for there, it was really, really useful for him and me to just have this possibility that we can break out of that situation. He can take his break, take his time to process those emotions. And I don't, like suffer under this competence missing in that point. And can also like give him the space. Because the conversation in that moment is not really useful. After today, is it okay if I check in with you once or twice a week? That's something that might help a bit. I think best is if you check in on the Discord. Because then I can rate it, and I will try to rate it, but I'm not the only person who can rate it and give you feedback and check in with you. Because I am really busy at the moment. I like have to do the thing for my like all the things, like the I have to update the, I don't know if I told you, I don't know if you've heard, but I have to update the website of my mom and like edit like a bunch of like videos and pictures for her, and then also do that for the grandparents of Zeg. And what I finished at least already is the one for a friend of mine. And then on the side, I want to do like many Coursera courses and apply for other jobs. So I'm like super busy at the moment, apart from actually catching up with super many IRL friends. Which is why I don't want to like, be the person it like matters most on. Like if we can check in stream, that's perfect, because this time I'm here for sure. So if we can do the check-ins in stream, don't worry about it. We can always do it. No questions asked. But apart from that, let's do it on Discord. How's my mom doing since I come back home? I mean, she's stressed as always, because she always is. The concept of relaxation is really more like a, I don't even know, like not in her vocabulary. But I think soon, or already? No, I think soon my sister is actually gonna help her in the business, and so I hope that's gonna be, be nice. Apart from that, we're still trying to plan that summer vacation, and yeah, looking dire, but we'll see. And Yeah. But like good overall. But we all felt like it was not enough time. It's like it's really sad because I really love being here. I love this place and the friends here and everything, like the life we created here. It's just annoying that my family is so far away. So I don't know, and that we have like so little vacation. Like I could always go to my family, but then I always have to choose between my family and Zach, and that's really shitty. So yeah, I don't know. We're gonna, you know, have to see what the solution to that is gonna be, I guess. But we'll see. And my grandma is doing better. She got like new shoes with special insoles, and they apparently work really nice. Panzerfrau, in this stream, please only English. And if you can't English, then German is also okay. But English is preferably. Also bitte Deutsch oder Englisch? Danke, danke. Yeah. But take the most important thing from this away, which is be curious about why you raped. Like, what situations did it make easier? What feelings did it make easier? What conflicts, maybe? Or, like, you know, how, like, what type of. Okay, so this is just like a spam, no? I'm gonna report for, like, bot or something. Timestamp? Hmm. I don't know. I reported it for spam and banned. It was self promotion. What? I think it's a bot though. Because this is a like new account, like there's no links to anything. They don't even. Oh no, wait, huh? Ah no, I can't see the other account anymore because I banned it. There's a different one actually. Anyways. But yeah. Try to be curious about it and learn from it. There's usually more to an addiction, especially if it like stayed for so long. We'll see if they do anything about the report, but I don't care too much. The ban is already the most important part of it. So, all right. So I'm gonna get new water, but then Twitch permabanned them already. Oh my god. Damn. That was quick. That was really quick. Sheesh. But I mean, maybe they did that already, like, you know, like the spamming thing in like super many channels, and the account is like super new or something. So it probably was just like AI checking the request and being like, yeah, fits the criteria I got for like which people I can permaban. I mean, in that regard, I think AI is quite useful. It's only annoying if somebody gets banned for like, if it didn't, you know, if they've been like wrongfully banned, and like the context was like more specific, and the AI couldn't really, you know, like make sense of it, and therefore just like permabanned them. And then if you request, I don't know, like the support to like try to help you, the support is also AI, and then just AI checks his own work essentially, and it's just like, yeah, that sounds all right, seems tight. I'm just gonna keep you permabanned, because then you have no chance. Did you guys hear that, like, apparently, allegedly, I only saw this on, like, Instagram, I don't even know if this is true, but allegedly, there's, like, a lot of AI bots which are checking job requests, and therefore, if you actually make, like, job requests with the, like, this motivation letter, for example, and you let it let it be written by the same AI model, which is checking then the job request. Like, if you so happen to like find the right combination, then your job request is actually more likely to be picked by the AI, because it's like their own written text. And they're like, yeah, this is a perfect motivation letter to my own standards. So I'm gonna, like, your motivation letter is perfect. Thumbs up. I'm gonna refer you. And so, I mean, it's like not really a thing where you can like do a lot about it, or like can use it in real life much, but it's a really interesting thing. It's funny and concerning, but at the moment it's mostly funny. Hmm. I mean, is that allowed to like just stream the World Cup? Like, I think there's sort of like some copyright stuff with that usually. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Because I think then it's like low-key valid, right? I mean, and if they're suspended, like, they're at least gonna come back. I think that's fair. I'm usually not a really great fan of like permabans. I think like suspending somebody, letting them like change, and then like, you know, like letting them come back is usually like the better system. But you know, I do also have to say that like for me personally with my stream, my bans are usually perma bans, because I just never read through the appeals. So, but I mean, as a business, I think if you have like some type of like monopole, for example, or power or something, you definitely need to make like fixing your mistake and coming back an option, I think. Like, if you have any type of like power monopole, that should definitely be like super important. So, I'm gonna fill up my water and then I'm gonna come back. And how about we start with the just mental check-in of like, how have you all been doing in the past week? Like, how have you been doing? How do you maybe want to change for the upcoming week? What are your goals right now? How are they working out? Is there anything you need to adjust? And yeah. No. I mean, that's not really a good joke. So I'm gonna go fill my water bottle now. I mean, we're gonna see if we get past the uh, rebellion. I mean, thankfully, there's nothing really Connor can do. So I think to a certain degree, there's maybe exposure therapy. For you can't control the people around you. They can just go fill their water bottle. Hmm. So how's your mental health doing, Connor? Why have you joined the stream? Hmm. 7.5 is quite high, no? Though. Thank you for the follow and welcome. So are there some people who still want to do their like regular mental health check-in we usually do at the beginning of the stream? Because we kind of skipped it today because we instantly went into a spotlight. But usually we sort of like recap a bit for ourselves, or like, well, we shared as well, but usually for like the main purpose is for ourselves as well, how the past week has been, and if we maybe want to adjust something for the upcoming week, what we want to do in the upcoming week, and those things. Just sort of like a regular check-in. Yes. Let's do a little stretch. Just for health purposes. On August 6th is my first gig. Started networking and create a plan to slowly get further gigs at other ventures. Slowly. That's alright. Alright, Judith. That sounds really cool. I mean, that's gonna be interesting. Are you excited? The Netherlands were also affected? Ah, Curacao. Ah, okay. I was about to say like, huh? But yeah, the colony they still have. Yeah, I don't really think we, like, this is maybe the right content for the Discord, to be honest, though. Like, I mean, if it's important to somebody, for sure. But apart from that, I think there's, like, so many bad news, and if we focus on bad news the entire time, that's not really the right stream for this. And welcome back, Dragu. I just asked actually for like a general mental health check-in. Like, how has your past week has been? What do you want to do in your upcoming week? Is there maybe something you need to adjust? Yeah. So how are you feeling about all of this? My plans are to continue and find a better schedule to work music. It's too hot during my day, but middays is my peak creative phase. I need to shift it later towards night. Pretty excited. Nice. I'm glad. There's a really good stretch everybody can make. Sitting at their PC. Just sitting up straight and then going from left to right in the direction of the floor. Recover some mobility to the lower spine. I can imagine, Lucan. I'm glad your stream was nice. And I hope you can find a job soon.
Oh, well.
Good for you, Judith. So then your sleep schedule is gonna go like full awry. The way it sounds, Judith. You're welcome, Peaches. And I hope Lucan it works out. Everything. With the money and all. I hope the job center is like able to help you. And you get like the government assistance. As I already mentioned, that one girl who's helping me and thinks of me as her younger brother. I think my mental health has really improved. That we shouldn't depend on someone helping us. But I think that she like gave me that little boost that I needed, and I feel more healthy and no need for a psychologist. She's like really caring, so even when online I feel like how it feels, which is nice. Other than that, still doing MMA, though got a strained ankle, but it's getting better. I mean, at the end of the day, if you go to a therapist or not, it's always your choice, right? And it's not really that like you shouldn't depend on any like well, we're we're all dependent on social contact to a certain extent. But we shouldn't be dependent on one person alone. Is essentially like the bottom of this. Like there shouldn't be the responsibility on one person alone because if that person falls away, for whatever reason, right? And that doesn't need to mean the person doesn't like us anymore or whatever, but there can be so many different reasons for this. But if that person were to fall away, then we stand there without anything. So this is why even with friend groups, like it's good to have like a few friends, you know? You don't need 10 or something, but you know, just more than one. And with your partner as well, like it shouldn't be like only your partner you can talk about like hard things with and stuff like this. Because then like if there ever comes the case that with this person like whatever like it doesn't work or there's something happened or whatever, then you have like two blows coming your way. First of all, that with this person, like just the emotional thing of like that you don't have this person anymore in that capacity like you had them before. And then on the other hand, that now your needs are not fulfilled anymore. So you can reduce that to like half the blow if you have other people who can still help you and are not fully dependent on a single variable. 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 Yeah. Perfect. Do so, Peaches. Go take that nap. That's really good. I mean, especially if you're like hurting, like your body is like recovering a lot and is going through a lot of pain. So I think resting is a really good idea and really important, especially in moments like these. Hmm. Yeah. I mean, that's good. She seems really well reflected as well. That's amazing. It's rare to find people like this who like can help and on the other hand are also like insightful enough to not want the other person to be dependent on them and actually also help them to be independent. Hmm. I see. Is she doing something in the mental health sector at the moment? I mean, she could be like also like coach or something like this. You know the clips of Scottish people saying purple burglar alarm? No, actually I don't. You want to send them into the Discord? Then I can like look at them after stream. That would be a peak. Oh, it's so warm. It's so warm, guys. This is such a scam. Remember how I told you before that they said that today it would only become 33 degrees? Guess how hot it is right now. It's 34. Man, it's not even 4. It's 3:15. Ja, ja, genau. Now it says 33 degrees. It just said 34. Now it says 34 degrees again. This is a scam. Oh, they just want to fool you. They're just testing your tolerance. If you still believe the app. If they need to, like, calculate as close as they do. Unfortunately not. She's in, like, IT department. No way, bro! She is me! Bro, she and me are so close. What the hell? Like, I studied game engineering, and now I'm, like, low-key, like, sort of, like, looking for a job in, like, either in IT or I make my own business, but it's sort of, like, 50-50. Like, if, you know, like, if it goes 50 to, like, IT, then I'm gonna be exactly this person. Like, I'm gonna work in IT and actually have a lot to do with mental health. LOL. Like, that. Yeah, she's based. She's clearly based. She's clearly really smart and obviously pretty. And welcome, Mr. Dia. Welcome back. What are you about to do today, by the way? Is it also nice weather where you are? There's like no. Well, there are actually there are like little tiny clouds at the sky. Some like 3, but nearly no clouds. And Tuesday at Sparing at 5 p.m. At like 36 degrees, full gym with like 20 people all sweating. I felt like I've got a 50-degree fever. Oh my god. You guys actually gotta be careful. Like heat shock or whatever it's called is dangerous. Well, I think she lives in the Netherlands. No way. No fucking way. Bro, we need to connect. I need to connect with her. Sorry, but I need friends, Dragoop. Like, oh my god, this would be so insane. Like, this would be so funny if she lives, like, close to me or something. Like, imagine she just lives, like, 500 meters from me or something. Imagine. That would be so funny. Is she also from Germany or is she actually Dutch? She's my Dutch sister. I always knew I was adopted. She's my secret sister. I've never known before. OT mental health. Have you tried turning your brain off and on again? Yeah, I mean, have you tried though? Can't say it doesn't work if you haven't tried. I do not recommend though. The streak has ended. She's Asian. Ah. I mean, my mom did raise me like very Asian. In terms of this like all like Asian lifestyle stuff of like, you know, like don't cry, get through it. Yeah. And good food. Muff's done for the day. You get to go home. Let's go, Fluffy. Oh my god. But it still would be super funny if she lives close to you or something. If you want, you can give her my, like, Discord contact. I'm invested in this story now. And hi, Chill Drew, by the way. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Oh, okay, interesting. She's not a gamer? Satch. Oh, wait, but you did also say she's a bit older, right? Like, she was already like actual adult now. She's a gamer? She must have Discord. For sure, no? Or is she one of the OGs with, like, TeamSpeak still? I don't know if TeamSpeak still exists, but I know that back in the day, when I was in university for game engineering, like, there were a bunch of people using TeamSpeak instead. Oh my god, that's so cool. I'm glad you two have, like, so close interests. I feel like I'm drinking the entire time. Like, I'm streaming since 3 hours and 20 minutes, and I have finished 1.5 liter already. Like, what? Maybe I should stop for a bit. There's also something like too much water, I heard. Wait, where is it in the Discord? In memes? Ah, yeah. You also use TeamSpeak? Yeah. The good old days. The good old days where you didn't think that World War is imminent. But I mean, the nice thing is, though, humanity has always somehow managed. Like, whatever happens, we always somehow managed. To be fair, not with everybody alive. But as a species, we've always somehow managed. She's like 7 years older than me. Wait, how old are you exactly again? So how old is she? Like, that's essentially the question I want to get at. I'm 26. She's so what? Oh my god. There's so many similarities. Bro, tell her about this, okay? Tell her about this and ask if she wants to get to know me. I want to see if we if we live close or something. Great, do I throw in the towel and just call them? Who do you mean, Mr. Leo? Wait. Who? Your ex? Nah, right? Judith, I have to inform you about a very sad thing. Apfelschorle is not able to be just bought like this here. I know. It's hard to digest. It hits you like a brick. You don't expect it. But in the Netherlands, they do not sell apfelschorle. I know. Heartbreaking, really. This video was celebrating my birthday and I'm just missing them. Oh, Miss Idea. You know what? I'm not gonna tell you not to. But wait 2 days with it. You don't have to decide now. If this is a real feeling, it's gonna be there in 2 days still. And if this is just a, like, up on the mountain or down in the valley type feeling, which is gonna be gone in 2 hours, then you didn't do a wrong decision. No, I don't. The things I don't want that though. I hate. I don't know. I have a personal hate for these things which carbonate your drinks at home. I can't explain it. It has no good reason. I think. I can explain it a little bit maybe. It's like the same with Thermomix. There's like there's so many kitchen appliances we come up with and we decide like, oh, now everybody needs to have this. This is like so useful, blah blah blah, yada yada yada. Where I just think like, let's just stop. Let's just not always run to the new shit. Like we can just, like you don't like making your carbonated drinks at home is not gonna make you happy. Like it's not gonna fix your life problems. It's not gonna lead to a better life. It's not gonna save you the time so you can like go on vacation more or something. Like it's not helping enough to actually be of much use, but it's using a lot of resources. And a lot of people don't even really use it. And then you need to buy these syrups and stuff like this anyways. And it's just, I don't know. I just think in that regard, I really have this like old school voice of my mom in me. Even though my mom now has a Thermomix, and I do judge her for that. But it's just something that I just personally. I just think it's annoying. We make ourselves unhappy by creating new things which don't even help a lot or anything, which are not necessary at all. Just a luxury product, but then we make it so common that we tell everybody, oh, you need to have it, it's so cool. And then we're like, oh no, but it would be so cool and I do want it, and all of these things. It's just a thing where I feel like, couldn't we have left the stuff in the earth? Like, did we really need this? Is it necessary? But yeah, it's really like, it's not, I don't know, like I also have like weird kitchen appliances, and I also have my rice cooker, and I do think it makes life so much easier, and I wouldn't give it back for the world. But I don't know, I'm just gonna always be like a cat with water, Like maybe I need to shower, but I don't like it. I'm always gonna be like this. Maybe I do want the rice cooker, but I don't like it. Hmm. Oh yeah, that message didn't come through actually. But good, Mr. Deer. Good to know. Healing is so weird. Moving on is weird. Grief is weird, and this version of me is new. Like, what do you mean I feel okay and a bit sad at the same time? Melancholic, I guess. Actually, not even that. It's just very accurate. We usually feel a mix of emotions. Like, if you really try to be aware of what you feel, there's in so many situations mixed emotions. If you, for example, have somebody where, I don't know, like somebody in chat says something weird or like, like uncomfortable, there's going to be like discomfort, maybe disgust. There's going to be a bit of anxiety. Okay, like how will chat react, maybe? Like how will this, like what will the next message is going to be? Like, can we, like, should I like take them, like should I give them a chance or not? There's maybe, oftentimes for me, there's also a bit of like happiness and relief after a second, because I noticed actually this is not hitting me as much as it did back in the day. So I did progress. Maybe if somebody of you is then also typing and like supporting me or something, then there's going to be a bit of like proudness as well of like, damn, I made a great community. Like these people here are like, like they also support me. And all of these things. So there's, in so many situations, you feel multiple things at once. Like, it's really not weird. It's so normal. It's so common. Grumpy anti-water cat, exactly. I'm trying to like teach our cat to like not be scared of water. I've seen some YouTube video. It might be completely insane, okay? I'm not saying it was good information. I just saw this video and I thought like I'm just gonna do it because it doesn't cost much effort. Whenever I shower, I take the cat like to the shower and let me watch how I like splash myself with water. Like after a few seconds of like looking at me like I'm stupid, the cat is gonna leave and leave me alone to drown in water because that's clearly the only option I have. But allegedly, they learn a lot by like looking and learning. And this YouTube person said that like for him with his cats, he just let them like watch him shower for a really long time, and then they learned that like water is not bad and the shower is not bad. I can't say we've done any progress yet. The cat always just runs away like after a hot minute of like looking at me like I'm stupid. But maybe it helps. I'd be ashamed of saying like to mom's bag. She gives me like virtual hugs when I don't feel well, etc. And if she unfortunately will go, thanks to her, I'll be able not to relapse, but stay in the healthy place and find some new friends. I mean, that's amazing, Drago. Enjoy, you did. It really is a big deal, though. Like, definitely, do be proud of yourself. Give yourself credit for that. Like, try to maintain her positive voice for yourself, like in your heart. Like, that's really the best we can do. Like, all the people who love us, all the people who are supportive and nice to us, keep their voices in your heart for like everybody. So often we keep the voices of people who critique us and who are hurtful and harmful in our hearts, and like society's expectations and all of that. But it's so, so much better if we keep the voices of the people who love us and care for us and are kind to us in our hearts. Good to hear, Mr. Dear. Yeah, I'm also trying to teach my cat to like get his teeth brushed. We haven't made much progress yet. But to be fair, I only started like a week ago. I don't know if Hinge or Bumble are the same actually. I thought Bumble is less of like fuck around and find out, and Hinge is more of like fuck around and find out. Is that not the thing? Like I thought Hinge is really like a hookup type app. So sorry if that's like incorrect now. But that's like the like I don't know about stuff like this, but that's a picture I had. The uninformed picture I had. Perfect, Rego. I'm actually also trying a new habit right now. I think I haven't told you yet. I'm doing like a gratitude journal every evening right now. Like I always thought like journaling is kind of like stupid, you know, and doesn't work for me. But I thought, you know, I'm just gonna try it and see what comes out of it. And because I heard many good things about it, and I do think it works for a lot of people. So I thought, you know, I'm just gonna try it. Maybe it turns into a thing for me in like a month after doing it. Um, so I'm like 1 or 2 weeks in of like whenever I like journal at the evening, because usually I only journal um in like sort of what I've done on the day and stuff like this, just to like help me have like a like be more organized. And so whenever I do that, I now also like gratitude journal. And I don't know, we'll see if it does anything. You found your partner of 7 years on Tinder. Good for you, Lucan. I mean, good news, Mr. Dear. If you're really, really authentic on your profile and vulnerable and show your authentic self there, like you don't try to look like perfectly good, like use photos which you love, even though maybe they look silly, and you write texts which matter to you about topics which matter to you, and give really insights in who you are, you're gonna get less swipes, but the swipes you do get are gonna be more accurate. So what that essentially means, I don't know if like what the system on Hinge is. I know that on Bumble, um, there's like you only match if like both people agreed. And so you might have to swipe a lot of the time, but if you do match with somebody, the match is more likely going to turn out in an actual date because you portrayed yourself very accurately. So there's not going to be like a difference between like your profile, or like not much of a difference between your profile and the way you're chatting, for example. So if that helps. And hi 69, welcome, welcome. How you doing? So I feel like let's end the stream in like half an hour or something. Because it's just way too warm. And so if there's like a general question or something, then I think we should get into that topic now to like have enough time for it. I'm doing very well. How are you doing? It's actually not much of a, well, okay, it is a general dating advice, I guess, to be like authentic and not pretend to be somebody you're not. And hi, Sophia. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? So, are there any questions or topics you guys still want to get into before we sort of get to the end of the stream? A little stressed? Oh, I'm doing really, really good. It's just way too warm. It's like so warm. That's also why we end the stream a bit earlier today. Because it's like, I don't even know how warm it is in my apartment like right now, but when I looked the last time, it was like 27 degrees Celsius. And I'm just, I'm melting. There was an earthquake in my room yesterday. Oh, we actually we've heard the news about that earthquake. Just like an hour ago or something. It was a really heavy one. So how are you doing? All right, Mr. Dio. Let's see if those goals feel right to you. Yeah. I thought like didn't the person who said it was like it's like 7.2 or something even? I don't even know. But yeah, it was really heavy. But I'm glad that it was like that you're fine. Do you think people who are creative are more prone to mental mess? I Actually, I read something about this yesterday, where there's a book I'm reading right now. It's like 100 essays that will change the way you think. And the author is Brianna Wiest, I think. And in one of those essays or bullet points, she says that apparently creative people are really more likely to like be depressed or something like this, because the brain regions which are used for, or like which light up for like creativity, also light up for like depression or like anxiety. And so because they're like so close together, it's like sort of like the like different sides of the same coin, you know, like you're good in one of them, you're good in both of them. And so I don't know if that's like totally correct or not. I haven't checked the resource for this, but it seems to a certain extent like believable or explainable. I don't think you need to be like, you're essentially like doomed or something if you're creative. I don't think so. Um, but I do think that, for example, like if you're really creative, you're probably like more likely to daydream. And then if you're like more likely to daydream, you're also more likely to start the habit of like maladaptive daydreaming and stuff like this. So I don't know. I can get like, I see how from like multiple perspectives this can sort of like line up with the same skill set. But I don't think you're like doomed necessarily. Does eating iron help you with iron in your blood? There are like supplements where there's iron inside, but I don't think it's like just like raw iron or something. Like I think it's in a way inside this supplement that you're like easy to like really take it in. But yeah, like iron supplements are like really common for women. I live on a 7th floor and it felt too awful. Things were falling and we had to evacuate. Oh my god. I mean, on a 7th floor, it really probably felt like the house is gonna fall apart now. So, how are you handling the scare of that? Raw iron. I mean, I'm no nutrition expert, you know. But I I haven't seen people eating raw iron except in animes. So, I don't think it works like that. No. Like, honestly, periods are unfair. See you in the next stream, Mr. Dia. And thank you for being here. It was a pleasure again. Hmm. I can understand. Sophia, is there anybody you can like share this with, or like who's going through this with you? Like any like family or friends? Because with these like sort of stressful situations, which can be traumatic, it's like usually really helpful to like not be isolated with this, but have a social circle to go through this with you. Like to share how you're feeling, to maybe talk about it, to get a hug, you know, to get some support, to not feel alone with this problem. Mm. Like, especially if you're stressed like this. I mean, depending on the definition, you can call yourself alien right now, Drago. But let's focus a bit on Sophia, just for the time being. I want to make sure they're fine. I've spoken with my family. My mother is shocked. We are trying to get back into the routine, but with caution. Everything was suspended: work, school, any kind of activities due to the earthquake. Yeah, I can imagine. Is there like is there a possibility to like speak with a mental health expert, like a therapist or something like this? Hmm. So especially if like this stress is like influencing you so much, I think talking to like a mental health professional, like a therapist, can be like really, really good. So if a therapist is at all an option for you, I would definitely make sure you talk to your GP or whoever your first person is you would need to speak to get on the waiting list, because sometimes these waiting lists can be quite long. But so that you just are like, you know, like secured and have like that help in your back end coming up. And then if you, you know, get it done yourself, until then you can still cancel the appointment, no questions asked, you know, but you just have something that if you don't get over it yourself, you get proper help. Apart from that, if you're struggling with going through these experiences, there are crisis services for more than just suicide, for example. And these hotlines are really, really useful. And this is a website where you can essentially like look for the support you need, and then check the country where you are and find a crisis hotline. So you might find like the perfect crisis hotline for a situation like these, where you can like talk to a person about this. And also see, like you can then ask them, for example, if there's like some community groups or like community support groups or anything like this. Because whatever we're going through, you know, if we're going through something heavy, the golden rule is really to not go through it alone. Like, don't try to do it alone. It's like, I mean, of course I try, you know, but, you know, like, don't be like, oh no, nobody should help me, I'm gonna do it alone. Like, try to find help too. And this can make the outcomes so much better. Because if we don't properly process something like this can be stuck in our system as a trauma or something like this, for example, right? So it's important that if you go for a crisis situation like this, that you do have the possibility to properly process through this. And if you can do this alone, with your family and friends, for example, by, like if you have that space with your family where you can talk about it, you get hugs, you get support, you can be yourself, you can be vulnerable about how you maybe were fearing for your life, about how you feared that all the work you put in is not worth it, how now maybe you think about if studying is even worth it because life could always end, or that you can't properly sleep, and that like all of these things, that you can talk about this with somebody. Like you shouldn't be alone with all of these things. This is a big thing, and especially like, I don't know how old you are, but especially if we're younger and we don't have this life experience of how to deal with these big emotions and big situations, it's important that we have people around us where we feel like we can learn from them how to deal with this and which can take our hand to like not be alone with this, We do have this emote, by the way, or like this command. Oh, well, I showed you the command. So definitely, the suffering you're going through right now, especially if stress is influencing you to feel sick, really, this is bigger than, oh, you have a bad grade, right? And it's okay to be overwhelmed with this, and it's okay to be scared about this as well. To be like, how do I handle this? What do I do? Like, I never had, like, for example, last month, I had a situation in my life which led me to essentially feel like sick to my stomach. Like, I got really nauseous from this. And I never had this before. Usually I don't get nausea from when I feel like stressed or whatever, even if I'm sick, actually, like if I have like the Grippe auf Englisch. Ich bin gerade dumm. Even if I have the flu, I usually never get nauseous from it. But there I got nauseous from it. And this can be so scary in that moment. To feel how your body is reacting so strongly and you can't control it. And I don't know if this is the same for you. It might be different, right? But I'm just saying this, it's so valid to not know what to do next, to not know how to really cope with this. And this is why in so many of these situations, just not doing it alone is the golden rule. Also because many of these things just take a bit of time, right? With some of these things, you can't process them on the same day. You can't be instantly happy. You can't be over it instantly. You're gonna be scared for a bit. You're gonna feel that like, oh no, not it, that there's gonna be another earthquake. And it's important that you acknowledge those feelings and you're kind to yourself, Like, don't try to push them away. Try to acknowledge them. And at the same time, no, just because you feel this way, it doesn't need to happen. You don't need to act on all feelings, but be kind to yourself and do see them. I'm gonna go offline soon. But you have the website I gave you, right? And if you don't remember the link later, or I don't know, something with saving didn't work, just know that below my stream and in the chat, we have this comment. It's called !resources. And in that list is the link I just gave you. And it's listed there as Find a Helpline International. It's marked in red even. So if you, for whatever reason, don't find that link or want to give that link to somebody else, you would find it like in the panels below if you click on them on the resource panel, or through that link. And just know you're not alone with this. Okay. Share this with the people around you. It can be an amazing bonding moment. It doesn't need to be a burden. Sometimes when the first person speaks up about how they're scared, everybody in the room will feel free to share this, feel safe to share this. So sometimes we can really break the ice with our own vulnerability, with going first. And apart from this, we're back here on Monday. Just FYI. So if you want to talk about this again, we're definitely here for you. Don't worry about it. And if you need help until Monday, you can join the Discord. And now, enjoy your food. Really sweet of you, 69. Appreciate you being here and helping to make this space a really, really nice and welcoming one. Also to everybody else. Thank you all for taking part in this and always making the other people feel heard and welcome and loved. This is what makes this space so great. So what's the funny story, Indy? Apart from that, so like I think we're gonna hear the funny story from Indy, and then we're gonna do our stream ending ritual of belly breathing, stretching, and all stars. Yeah. But I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. I just drank another liter, okay? I think it's 29 degrees here. Like inside, like this room. Oh, Indy, thank you so much for the gifts up to Sophia. Thank you. That's so sweet. Thank you for the support. Fuck around and find out. I'm glad that's your all-star moment. And yeah, I mean, I don't drink alcohol or smoke or take drugs, any of that. No, I mean, inside this room, 69, it's 29 degrees. Like right here where I sit. Not outside. Outside it's warmer, for sure. And we have insane humidity as well. It's like, oh, it's apparently now only 33 degrees Celsius outside right now. But the humidity is crazy. And tomorrow it should be like 38. And that's like in the shadow, right? So it should actually, like, for us, it should rain like in a few days. Allegedly Friday, but if you look at the hours, it says it doesn't rain. But on Sunday, it should rain for sure. And also be 10 degrees colder. It should only be 29 degrees on Sunday. And it should rain like a good part of the day. While being super hot, though. So that's gonna be. But it was really nice to have you here as well, Drago. That's what I wanted to say still, but I got like so sidetracked with the weather. Hope to see you soon again. It's less than 23 degrees Celsius where you are? Oh my god. Where are you living again, Lucan? If you want to share just the country. I already took a cold shower today morning. I'm out of shower budget. United States, the northern part? Ah, I see. Yeah. I'm actually like, I'm quite far up now with Netherlands, but it's still super warm. Like, let me look at maps. Yeah, I'm sort of like on the level of Canada. But we're just so close to the sea that it's like really humid and warm and everything. And hi forever. We're wrapping up the stream right now though. Definitely use sunscreen though. Lowers the risk of skin cancer. Every time, literally, apparently, the mother of a friend of mine told me that. Apparently, every time you get a sunburn, it increases your risks to skin cancer. Every single time, the risk just goes up. Like, it's not if you get it more than 10 times a year or whatever. No, it's every single time is increasing your risk. Insane, though. I'm sorry, love. It's super hot here. I just can't. My funny story is it took an extra half hour apparently because the girl I was closing with has no poker face. So she spent the whole 5 hours we were working batting her eyelids at me. And I'm good at reading people. I know exactly what she was doing, but I'm playing dumb. She was doing everything she could to stay back. But here's the thing, and why ignoring it is the play. She's 18 and I'm way too old for this game. Oh my god. 18! Yo! She should. Oh my god. Please. Don't. Oh my god. Ay, 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 Indy. I don't know. This is like really like, oh. We need to get over the stage where we sort of like train women to like try and like, you know, I don't know, like if you're 18, don't try and pull like that older guys. Like, I don't know, please. I And hi, Crazy Lou. Welcome, welcome. We are wrapping up though. So people in Africa, 99% chance of skin cancer. I don't get. No, it's if you get sunburn. If you actually get sunburn. Like, not be in the sun, but if you get sunburned. So if you're like, you know, your skin tone is darker, you don't get sunburn as easily. Like, I'm actually like, I have to be so careful because in this weather, if I go in the sun for 10 minutes, I would get sunburned because I'm white as hell, bro. So I need to always put on 50 sunscreen and put it on like 3 or 4 times, even if I'm only like 3 hours or something at the beach. Like, it's hardcore. Whereas like friends of mine, they put it on once and, you know, if I forget it somewhere, not me. Mm-mm. It's okay. But yeah. All right, party people. Everybody think about their all-star already. About what their favorite moment for the stream was. Yeah. It's flirting. The teenager, an early 20-year-old, so much. It made me so mad, and then they left me alone because I blew up about it a bit. Aw. I can imagine. It's like, I think that is so. Like, when I was younger, people always, I don't know why, because people don't say it like so obviously, but for whatever reason, when I was younger, I had this picture that like, oh, love knows no age, blah blah blah, and like, what if they're just meant to be, blah blah blah, you know, and like, then, you know, 10 years age, like, you know, la la la. Now that I'm 26, I could not imagine dating an 18-year-old. We didn't live the same life. I grew up in a different age to yours. Like, this is so far. The stages of life are so different. This sort of like life experience is also so different that you have. Like, just this level in which you like grew already and what you experienced already, the amount you experienced already, how it influenced and shaped you already. I cannot imagine. I cannot relate to it at all. Really, at all. I don't know. Get a house now. It's gonna be so. The upcoming years was our favorite moment. When I was in school, the 16-year-old was dating a 30-year-old. Yeah, this is, I don't know, the pedophilia. This really like, I just, this is so weird to me. So weird to me. Oh my god, there's this scene where is that? Oh, yeah. You need to watch. Okay, let me look that up because I only know it in German. Um, okay. Uh, so how would we call that in English? Okay. So there's this movie. It's called, in German, it's called Die Hexe und der Zauberer. In English, it's called a completely different name. It's called The Sword in the Stone. And it looks like this. So, The Sword in the Stone. In that movie, there's a specific scene where the guy is like transforms himself into like a how is it called? Uh Eichhörnchen. I'm an English squirrel. Yeah, thank God. You also know the film movie. Amazing. Um, yeah, into a squirrel, and also there's a lady who's like really into him, and it's just whatever he says to like like turn her off. She's like super into him, and it's just like no, put your hands away from me. And all of this, it's so funny. It's so nice to watch. It's such a cute movie. There's like so many really funny scenes. It's like if you haven't watched it, I can only recommend it. It's really, really good. I only recently watched it again. I love it. No. Mm. Yeah. Exactly, Indie, right? Like when you're young, I don't know why we need to find out how the fuck do we end up being 15 or something and thinking it's normal or cute or okay or cool if a 15-year-old dates a 25-year-old. Where in our society do we educate our teenagers to be victims? That's the real question here. Because we gotta stop. We gotta stop. Because I grew up and now I'm like, this is not okay. This is so much not okay, actually. How did I ever think that was okay? What the hell? Exactly. Don't worry about it, relaxing. There's always another Monday. Yeah. It's like really, it's so odd to me sometimes. It's like I just remember like seeing like this is really like I don't know like old people um thought I guess, but sometimes when I see like really young girls like 13, 12 or something, with like fake lashes on, full face makeup, like really, like sort of like, a kind of slutty outfit. Like don't get me wrong. And no slut shaming here on this part, but I just wonder like why is that like you should be enjoying your childhood, And it's kind of I don't know, I think it's kind of sad that there's so much importance on like how you look or if you can pull guys or have boyfriends and stuff like this. And then like people are always like, oh, LGBTQ so bad if they're like sexualizing kids and stuff. And then I'm like, look at our kids. Look at them. We are sexualized. Like the straight like the society right now as is sexualizing kids. And like teaching them to like care about this like way more than they should, like teaching them that it's okay when older guys hit on you and it's actually cool or whatever, or it's just it's just age and nothing more, where it's like somebody should teach them like, hey, if there's a person 10 years older hitting on you, you're still in school, this is predatory, this is clearly predatory, he lives a different life from yours. If this guy is on your level, you're dating a mentally like like stagnating person. Like you don't do that. Like I don't know, like jail is just a place. Yeah, age is just a number, jail is just a place. Oh my god, I love that. We need a t-shirt of that, honestly. Just like if age is just a number, jail is just a place. Oh my god, this is so good. This is so good. Yeah. But it's really like, oh my lord. Like this was one of the biggest where I was like where I also like I was like, Zeg, I can't relate to this at all. Do you relate to this? Because apparently it's like mostly men doing this, right? So it was like maybe it's just because I'm a woman or something. And he was like, no, no, I cannot at all. They're kids. They're babies. They're like just barely out of their diapers. How could I ever? They don't even know they don't even know the stuff I grew up with. Like, they always had a smartphone and stuff like this. Like, what? How are you going to explain to them like, the standards, the culture is so different already. And they're so I don't know. I think it's so it's such a different place in their life. Oh my god. They're more mature. Are they more mature? If they like if you date somebody, I think it's arguably if somebody like is usually not going for younger girls, but then they find each other and they're well over 18 and there's a 10-year gap, okay, you know. But if it turns into like a really weird habit and they're sort of close to 18, to major development stages still. Are they more mature? How are they? Because it seems like they can only keep up with people 10 years younger than them. And anything more than that is too much. So I've met 14-year-olds that are more mature than 25-year-olds. I mean, sure, but still, it's like you're so far in your developmental stages. You're going to change so much. It's just... like, I really feel like there's a good reason why we have this, like, 18-year-olds, you know? I think it's really important for somebody to first know themselves before somebody else who already knows themselves puts their philosophy onto them. No. Exactly, Andy. Hi, Shroom. Welcome, welcome. But now we do need to wrap up the stream, guys. We already are like half an hour longer than, you know. I don't play piano. This is, Zach is learning piano at the moment. This is not for me. I'm very not musical. I sing, but that's it. Um, the, the I have no idea about this shrimp. I can't. I don't know. Like maybe it's because the camera is flipped. Create new merch. Do we need the merch, right? Enjoy, you did enjoy. Raise your left hand. This is my left hand. So, well, for you. But yeah, so this is my left hand. Yeah. That's why I'm saying it's flipped, guys. It's flipped. Nothing is real. Everything is AI. All right, party people. But let's end the stream here. I already did some stretching, I think, just before already. And I really, honestly I can't do belly breathing right now. I'm way too hot. I'm already sweating so much. If I now have to sit in my sweat, I'm gonna get insane. So let's just finish All Stars and then move over to the end of the stream. Let me check if there's somebody. Do you guys want to go to Dash Dogs or a Wolf Conversation Center or Bunnies? Yeah. I mean, the fan is like, whenever like I speak, like you of course like hear too. Otherwise, there's like a noise gate, but. Hmm. I mean, maybe in the future I'm gonna need that too. Let's go to the Wolf Conservation Center. So, I think for me, my favorite moment was speaking with Peaches about how these withdrawal symptoms are influencing her and her life, and how it's a real struggle, but she's going through this and she's trying hard. And I think that was really nice. And also talking to Sophia, because just before we heard about this earthquake, and then like Sophia came in and talked about how she suffered with, like, through this earthquake, where it's like, how small is the world, you know? That's such a coincidence and so sweet. And then of course Indy being like super cute and giving like a sub to Sophia even. The H is just the number and J is just the place is really nice. Like, where is that coming from, by the way? Like, can you even make a t-shirt out of this, or is this like copyrighted by whatever, you know? Oh, somebody's ringing the bell. Okay, guys, I'm gonna start to read. Never forgot his key. Oh, Indy! What are you doing? Thank you so much for the gift sub to Forever and for Lucan. Thank you. So, oh yeah, for everybody who's new here, we have a Discord server, we have a resource sheet, which is really nice. All past VODs are going to be on YouTube. Are there any, yeah, if you want to support my creative work, you can check out my shop. And thank you so much, Indy. I appreciate you all so much. Thank you for being here, and see you guys soon again. Have fun watching at the wolves. They're actually visible on camera right